Good hour anyway.
Okay, I'll board now.
Oh really?
are now 12 months on from the EU referendum. 12 months since the British people voted for a brighter future for our country. 12 months since they voted to leave the European Union and embrace the world. And in 1 week's time, they have the opportunity to affirm that decision and secure that brighter future by voting for me to continue as Prime Minister. If they do, I am confident that we can fulfil the promise of Brexit together and build a Britain that is stronger, fairer, and even more prosperous than it is today. Because the promise of Brexit is great, the opportunities before us enormous, and I am ambitious for Brexit and ambitious for Britain. For we are a great country, a country that is proud of its European heritage, but a country that has always looked beyond Europe to the wider world. And 12 months ago, the British people chose to do so again. They chose to build a more global Britain. And let us be clear, they did so with their eyes open. They knew that it would not be straightforward. They knew the road ahead may be uncertain, but they believed that it would lead towards a brighter future for their children and their grandchildren too. So with determination and characteristically British quiet resolve, they defied the establishment, ignored the threats, and made their voice heard. I respect that decision and am clear about what needs to be done. It is time to act on their instruction, to deliver their will. It is time to respect the decision of the British people and take Britain out of the European Union. And that is what I am ready to do from day one. I have the determination and I have the plan, a clear plan, laid out in a white paper and approved to get the Brexit deal for Britain. 12 negotiating objectives that provide the framework for a deal that works for the UK and for the European Union too. Certainty at every stage, so that people and businesses can plan for the future. Control of our own laws, so that we bring decision-making back to Britain. A strengthened United Kingdom, so that we all move forward together. The common travel area with Ireland maintained, with no return to the borders of the past. Control of immigration, so that our immigration system serves the national interest. Rights for EU nationals in Britain and British nationals in the EU secured. Rights for workers enhanced. Free trade with European markets. New trade agreements for British goods and services with other countries around the world. A leading role in science and innovation. Continued cooperation to tackle crime and terrorism. And a phased approach to a new relationship delivering a smooth and orderly Brexit. That is my clear plan for Brexit. 12 objectives that amount to one ambitious goal. A new, deep and special partnership between a successful EU and a successful Britain. But that is not the limit of my ambition. I want to do more. Because Brexit is not a process, but an opportunity. It is this generation's chance to shape a brighter future for our country. So I want us to work together to fulfil the promise of Brexit too. Because if we get Brexit right, then together we can do great things. We can build a Britain beyond Brexit that is stronger, fairer, and even more prosperous than it is today. A Britain beyond Brexit that is more global and outward-looking. A Britain alive with possibilities, more confident in itself, more united and more secure. A country our children and grandchildren are proud to call home. If we get Brexit right, we can be a confident, self-governing country once again. A country that takes the decisions that matter to Britain here in Britain. We will be able to control our own borders, ensuring that we continue to attract the brightest and the best to work or study in this country, but ensuring we have control over that process so that it is managed properly and that our immigration system genuinely serves the national interest. Because while controlled immigration can bring great benefits, filling skills shortages, delivering public services, making British businesses the world beaters they often are. When the numbers get too high, it is difficult to build a cohesive society and a united country. We will be able to control our own money, no longer paying huge sums to the European Union every year, but spending that money on our priorities here at home. Things like the new Shared Prosperity Fund we will put in place, replacing ineffective and restrictive EU structural funds with a new UK-based scheme whose sole purpose will be to reduce the inequalities that exist within and between the four nations of our United Kingdom. We will be able to control our own laws, bringing the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice to an end and returning decision-making authority to this country, as the public demanded that we should. That means we will be able to control our own affairs, putting us firmly in control of our own future. And if we get Brexit right, I am confident that future will be bright. As we pursue a bold and ambitious free trade agreement between the UK and the European Union, and as we get out into the world to do new trade deals with old friends and new allies around the globe, the opportunities for our economy will be great. We've already started discussions on future trade ties with countries like Australia, New Zealand and India, while countries including China, Brazil, the United States and the Gulf states have expressed their interest in striking trade deals with us as soon as they can. Set free from the shackles of EU control, we will be a great global trading nation once again, bringing new jobs and new opportunities for ordinary working families here at home. As we build the new modern industrial strategy I've set out, we will attract and invest in new high-paid, high-skilled jobs and spread prosperity and opportunity across the country. And we will invest in the next generation so that people growing up in Britain today are ready and able to seize the opportunities ahead. That is why, as well as continuing our school reforms to ensure everyone gets the core academic education they need, the government I lead will revolutionise skills training in this country, putting technical excellence on a par with academic education for the first time. We will invest in further education colleges to ensure they have world-class facilities. We'll introduce new T-levels for post-16 education, replacing a confused picture of 13,000 existing technical courses with new and better qualifications that give young people the skills they need to do the jobs of the future. And as we announced in the budget in March, we will implement the recommendations of the Sainsbury Review into post-16 skills, increasing by over 50% the number of hours training for 16 to 19-year-old technical students, including a high-quality 3-month work placement for every student. That means that when those students qualify, they will be genuinely work-ready and able to make the most of the opportunities ahead. And in support of all this, the government I lead will invest in a new generation of institutes of technology in every major city in England. Important new institutions, providing sought-after skills for local, regional and national industry. They will be encouraged to develop their own local identity, to make sure they meet the skills needs of local employers. And they will give young people the chance to get a good job and put down roots in their local communities, the place they want to call home. We will do all this because for Britain to succeed after Brexit, we need to make the most of every talent and ensure no person or community is left behind. And that's what I mean by fulfilling the promise of Brexit. And as we come together behind this great national mission to make a success of Brexit and of the opportunities it brings, we will build a more united country as our shared values, interests and aspirations bring us together. The government I lead will invest in the institutions that bring us together as a country. Things like our vital public services, our schools, our hospitals, our NHS. The NHS is the essence of solidarity in our United Kingdom, an institution that binds us all together, the symbol of our commitment to each other, between young and old, those who have and those who do not, and the healthy and the sick. So the government I lead will give the NHS its full support and back it with the resources it needs, increasing spending by a minimum of £8 billion in real terms over the next 5 years, an increase in real funding per head of the population for every year of the Parliament. Our schools can be the great driver of social mobility in Britain, the means by which we change the greatest injustice in Britain today, the fact that your life is so often determined, not by your efforts and talents, but by where you come from, who your parents are, and who you know. I want Britain after Brexit to be the world's great meritocracy. It means making Britain a country where everyone, of whatever background, has the chance to go as far as their talent and their hard work will take them. A country that asks not where you've come from, but where you are going to, where all that matters is the talent you have and how hard you're prepared to work. So the government I lead will continue to transform education in this country, with more good schools, more and fairer funding, and yes, we will lift the ban that stops people establishing selective schools in England too. Because for too long, politicians have said to people and communities who are crying out for change that they can't have what they want. For too long, politicians have said if you're rich or well off, you can have a selective education for your child. You can send them to a selective private school. You can move to a better catchment area or afford to send them long distances to get the education you want. Yet for too long, those same politicians have sought to deny that right to others, to ordinary working people up and down this land. That is a scandal, and we will bring it to an end. And we will do all this because despite all the progress we've made in our schools over the past 7 years, there are still nearly 1 million children in schools that are not just good enough. And if you live in the Midlands or here in the North, you have less chance of attending a good school than children in the South. If we are to fulfil the promise of Brexit together, that injustice has to end. If we are to fulfil the promise of Brexit, we need to ensure the benefits of that promise are shared by all. But we can only do this with an economy that is strong and secure. We can only do this with an economy based on sound money and responsible economic management. An economy run by a government that is committed to bringing the deficit down and getting the country back to living within its means. We can only do this with a government that understands that if you cannot manage your money properly, you won't command the confidence of investors at home or abroad. A government that knows that if you can't manage your money properly, investment will dry up, taxes will rise, and businesses and the jobs they provide will flee from our shores, and ordinary working people will pay the price. We can only do this if we get Brexit right. This is the prize, the opportunity that is within reach. A stronger, more secure and prosperous nation, a brighter, fairer future for all. And that's what excites me about the years ahead, what I am working towards. What motivates me to do what I do and put myself at the service of ordinary working people. And it's what makes the decision you face next week so vital, this election so important. Because make no mistake, not everyone shares this view. They say we're too small and too insignificant, that Britain can't do it, that the British people are not up to the task. In short, they don't believe in Britain. And if that's where you start, you have no hope of getting the right deal for Britain in Europe. You can't negotiate the right Brexit deal for Britain if you don't believe in Britain. You can't fight for Britain if you don't have confidence in our strengths and in all that we have to offer. You can only deliver Brexit if you believe in Brexit. You can only fight for Britain if you believe in Britain. You can only deliver for Britain if you have the strength, the plan and the determination to see it through. And what we know in this election is that the only other person that can be Prime Minister in 7 days' time is simply not up to the job. He doesn't believe in Britain. He doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have what it takes. And after last night, it's clearer than ever that just 11 days after the election, when the negotiations begin, Jeremy Corbyn's focus wouldn't be on trying to negotiate a deal for Britain in Europe, but on trying to stitch up a deal with Nicola Sturgeon and the rest. Yet it is on the success of those crucial Brexit negotiations that everything else we want as a country will depend. If we don't get Brexit right, if we don't make a success of the next 5 years, our economic prosperity will suffer, jobs and livelihoods will be put at risk, and with them, the security and peace of mind of working families. We won't have the opportunities we want for our children. We won't have the high-skilled, high-paid jobs of the future. We won't have the financial means to fund the public services upon which we all rely. And the brighter future people here in the North East and across the country voted for 12 months ago will slip from our grasp. But if we do, the opportunities before us are great. That's why I make this commitment to you and this commitment to Britain. If we stand together and you vote to back me and strengthen my hand, I'll fight to get the best Brexit deal for Britain. I'll stand up for Britain and fight for Britain to guarantee our economic security, to deliver better paying jobs, a good school place for every child, real technical education and extra funding every year for our schools and a strong NHS. And I'll stand up for Britain to ensure we control and reduce immigration when we leave the EU. This is my plan for Britain, a plan for Brexit and beyond. But the brighter future we want for our country will not just happen. This great national moment needs a great national effort in which we pull together with a unity of purpose. And however we voted in the referendum last June, we come together with a determination to make a success of the years ahead. Because together we can do great things. As I've said many times in the past, people can have faith in me because I have faith in them. I believe in the British people. I believe that with determination, ingenuity and common sense, we can use this moment of great national change to shape a better future for Britain. So this is the time to choose. Because at moments like these, great turning points in our national story, the choices we make define the character of our nation. We can choose to say the task ahead is too great. We can choose to turn our face to the past and believe it can't be done. Or we can look forward with optimism and hope and to believe in the enduring power of the British spirit. I choose to believe in Britain and that our best days lie ahead. And I do so because I'm confident that we have the vision and the plan to use this moment to build a better Britain. So over the next 7 days, I will fight to earn every vote in this election, because every vote will count to strengthen my hand in the Brexit negotiations, and every vote will be a step towards that brighter future that we can build beyond Brexit together. That is why I will be campaigning in all corners of this country in the week ahead, and why I will be reaching out to everyone in every community. Because this election is not about the old tribal politics of the past, but about looking to the future, about securing that future for the generations still to come, and about doing what's right in the national interest. Whoever you are and however you have voted before, if you put your trust in me, back me, I will work every day to build a better future for your family and your community. If you put your trust in me, back me, I will work every day to make a success of Brexit and build a Britain our children and grandchildren are proud to call home. If you put your trust in me, back me, I will strive to be a leader worthy of our great country. And together, we will fulfil the promise of Brexit and build a stronger, fairer, more prosperous country. A country that works not just for a privileged few, but for everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. I look over to the media. Who have we got? Ben.
Thanks very much. Prime Minister Ben Wright from the BBC. You warned recently that there would be dire consequences if you didn't manage to get a deal between Britain and the EU, but you haven't spelt out what those dire consequences would be. Please could you tell us now, and under what circumstances would you be prepared to walk away from the negotiations?
Well, actually, in the speech that I've just given, I've pointed out some of the problems if we don't get a good deal from Brexit. But if I look at what a bad deal might look like, we've got, if you like, two groups here. We've got people in Europe who are talking about punishing the UK. And I think if we went down that route, then that would lead to a bad deal for us. And on the other hand, you've got people here in the UK in other political parties who seem willing to sign up to a deal, whatever the price of that deal. And I think they would end up with the worst possible deal at the highest price. That would be bad for our country, and power is still the price. Emily.
Emily Morgan from ITV News. Prime Minister, I wonder if you can tell us how you think the campaign is going. Did you ever think in your wildest nightmares that the party would be where it is now, just a week before polling day? And if I may, can you tell us what you have done to try and persuade President Trump not to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement?
Well, first of all, the campaign, I'm doing what I've been doing right from the beginning of the campaign, which is getting out and about, getting around the country. I'll be in every corner of the country over the next few days, taking this message out to people of the clear choice that they have on the 8th of June, because there's only one of two people who's going to be Prime Minister, me or Jeremy Corbyn, but also talking about not just the importance of getting the Brexit negotiations right, but what kind of future we can build together beyond Brexit. Because the question people have to ask themselves is not about how they voted before, but who do they want to see leading this country in the Brexit negotiations and leading this country for the future. And you asked about President Trump and the Paris Agreement on climate change. We retain our commitment. We're a leading nation in the world in terms of dealing with climate change. And it was only at the G7 last week that I was making clear to President Trump, as were other leaders sitting around that table, the importance we attach to the Paris Agreement. Michael?
Michael Crick from Channel 4 News. Isn't the reason why you're doing so badly is that whenever people ask you about policy, all we get are cliches and platitudes? And we've seen the same today. People think there's nothing there. Now, let's get something straight, shall we? You mentioned the £8 billion for the health service. You mentioned managing money. Where is the £8 billion coming from?
Well, first of all, Michael, what we have published is a manifesto that addresses the big challenges that this country faces, not just over the next 5 years, but beyond. And we have set out clearly some of the hard choices that need to be made, but how we will address those challenges. You asked about extra funding being put into the NHS. Let's just look at our record of funding on the NHS. It is through the growth... yes, just Mr. Two Microphones, just wait a minute. We have shown that with the growth of the economy, we are able to ensure that we are putting that extra money into the NHS. You've been at one or two of my speeches now, Michael. You will have heard me make the point in those and on a number of other occasions that funding the NHS depends on having a strong economy in order to be able to generate those funds. And that's a fundamental difference between them. Now, Beth.
NHS won't be there then.
Well, people should vote Conservative to make sure the economy doesn't go down.
Beth Rigby. Thank you. Beth Rigby, Sky News. Prime Minister, just to go back to Michael's point about the economy, you talk about immigration being too high, but many experts will say that if you cut it to the tens of thousands, the economy will take a hit, and that will affect all our children's futures. Do you accept that? And be straight with people. What is a realistic level for immigration, and how many work visas do you anticipate you'll need to not have an economic contraction in this country? Thanks.
First of all, we have retained our commitment to bring net migration down to sustainable levels. That's the tens of thousands. Why have we done that? We've done that because we recognise the impact that immigration has when it is too high and too fast on people. And it's people at the lower end of the income scale who most feel that impact, both in displacing jobs and in keeping wages down. It also can put pressure on public services. But what we do need to do in terms of the economy for the future is make sure that young people here in this country are trained with the skills that they need to take the jobs of the future. And that's why what we're doing in technical education is going to be so important for our economy in the future. Harry.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Harry Cole from The Sun. On Tuesday, you launched a blistering personal attack on Jeremy Corbyn, and here you are today, 48 hours later, preaching national unity and the end of tribal politics. Are you concerned your campaign messaging is a little bit all over the place and aware it gives off a slight sense of panic?
No, on Tuesday and today I made the point that I don't think Jeremy Corbyn's up to the job. He hasn't got a plan for the Brexit negotiations. Those will start 11 days after election day. He hasn't got a plan for us building a stronger economy and a more secure future for this country. And he doesn't have a plan for ensuring our national security. That's why I say there's a very clear choice for people at the election next week, in just a week's time. It is who do they want to see, who do they think has got the strong and stable leadership to take this country through into the future. Yes, Jack.
Jack Maben from the Daily Telegraph. Prime Minister, can I ask, the latest opinion poll gives your party a lead of just 3 points over Labour. Why do you think that the 24-point lead you had when the election campaign began has evaporated?
Jack, you know that there's only one poll that matters, and that's the poll that's going to take place next Thursday on the general election, when people actually go and cast their vote. And when they do that, the choice they have is a simple one, because there is only one of two people who is going to be Prime Minister after the general election. It's either me or Jeremy Corbyn. So the choice people have is, do they want to, how do they see the future? They have a choice to decide who they want to lead this country into those Brexit negotiations, get the best deal for Britain from those Brexit negotiations, but also lead us to building that stronger, more prosperous future for our country. It's a very clear choice. I think it's me and my team that have that strong and stable leadership to be able to take this country into those Brexit negotiations, get the best deal, but build that stronger, more secure, fairer, more prosperous future as well. Yes.
Heather Stewart from The Guardian. Prime Minister, you're a feminist. Your candidate in Darlington, the constituency where we boarded the blue battle bus in Battle Bus this morning, Peter Cuthbertson, has said in the past that a woman's sexual history should be brought to bear in rape trials because, I quote, "Of course it's relevant how promiscuous a woman is in determining how likely it is that she consented, and a woman of low morals is more likely to consent to sex and to lie." Is he an appropriate person to be in your team and to represent you to the voters, do you think?
Well, Peter has made clear that his views have changed. You say that you reference my own position on some of these things. I have been very clear as Home Secretary over 6 years and continuing as Prime Minister. A number of issues that I've been addressing, particularly around domestic violence. We're seeing more people willing to come forward and report allegations of rape, and we're actually seeing more prosecutions for rape. I think we have seen a step change in the way that the police and the criminal justice system deals with these cases, but we need to keep looking at this. That's why we've announced that we will bring in a single piece of domestic violence legislation with a clear definition of domestic violence. because we need to keep ensuring that we're dealing with this so that we eradicate this abuse of women that we see in our country. And it's not just abuse of women, of course, because domestic violence can take place against men as well, and we should never forget that. Ben.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Ben Glaze, Daily Mirror. If I can just bring you back to President Trump and Paris. You said over the weekend that you and others told him about the importance that you attach to the climate deal. Will it be a bit of a blow then if this evening he does abandon the Paris deal, and what would that mean for the special relationship?
Well, we did, at the G7, we discussed the climate change issue and the Paris Agreement. As I've said, I made clear the UK's position in the Paris Agreement. We've ratified that agreement. We believe that was an important international agreement, and we indeed played a role in ensuring that that agreement was achieved. Others have made the same view. Now, it's up to the President of the United States to decide what position the United States is going to take on this matter, but we retain our commitment to the Paris Agreement.
I'm Claire Ellicott, Daily Mail. Prime Minister, your Foreign Secretary has said that last night's BBC election debate audience was the most left-wing he'd ever seen. Do you agree with his comments?
Well, what I think about last night's debate is that Amber Rudd did an absolutely excellent job. I'll take the last two hands I've got up. Yes.
Sam Lister, Press Association. Did you actually watch last night's debate?
As I say, I think Amber did an excellent job in that debate. Yes, in the front. I think this is the last question, the last hand I saw up.
Henry Zeffman from The Times. Prime Minister, you've now said twice that you thought Amber Rudd did an excellent job in last night's debate. If you win the election, are you going to make her Chancellor?
I'm focusing on actually making sure that when people come to vote next week, they're very clear about what the choice is at this election. And it's between me and my team, and you've seen the excellence of the team I have around me, and with that strong and stable leadership, which will take us to that brighter future. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
She just doesn't answer questions.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, quite.
Here from me and Anne, but
I'm sure they are. Well, they've seen plenty of me. They've not seen any of you yet.
so it's a real present issue. And these school staff feel very disenfranchised because they don't get a vote.
Yeah.
And they feel it's happening
To them, that's precisely. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. 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 Yeah.
Do you want to wait in?
Yeah. Of course, the other little complicating factor we'll see when it comes to anything is the Nuffield Trust report yesterday about the pressure in the other direction.
We had Channel 4 with us.
Oh, really? You're
wanting to give us 10 seconds when you get to the end of the photo and just get you hopefully a relatively clean shot.
Oh, okay, you actually good. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So they wanted to do a piece to camera about that very issue last night. So busy with it. But, you know, Sarah and I have been talking locally.
About
it's a real issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think, you know, the vulnerability they feel, so we're in a very neutral way trying to support them.
Yeah.
And they want, you know, the immigration stuff is labyrinthine,
Yeah.
as you know.
Yeah, indeed. And makes it more, I guess, being honest, in terms of retaining people who are feeling concerned and might be looking for alternative options, feeling they've got...
Are they having difficulty if they want to apply for residence? Because I see a lot of people who've just been, you know, trying to get the stage in, but now they're wanting to apply for residence.
Pascal, our dietitian, who's kind of the lead on me, it'd be very good to hear her story if you have time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So she applied for citizenship.
Yes.
Yeah.
They took away her passport, and the Home Office sent her a letter, you better leave the country. She's lived here for 15 years, married to a Brit.
Yeah.
I mean, how's that going to make you feel? You know, just on a
unspeakable,
human
isn't it?
level.
Yes, unspeakable. Yeah.
So, and that's not a unique story.
No, it's a terrible but very powerful example of what the problem is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No one should be like that, should they?
Never having done.
Did we go? Yeah, let's just go or we can go upstairs with the entourage.
Shall we? What do we? Stairs? Stairs it is then.
Quick to the pace now.
Righto.
Photos on stairs don't look good.
We like having some work.
Yeah, it's good for us. Add to my pretty minimal count at the moment. To say I've not been doing an awful lot of running recently. But, a bit of that, but I think the thing, I mean, I have probably done 2 runs in the last 3 weeks, which is pretty fun.
What time did last night think?
Well, I mean, we got away quite late. I say quite late, just before 10. So I was back in my flat in London just before midnight, which was not too terrible. Considering, yeah. So that wasn't so bad. Done, Andrew Neil. It's done as live. It is. It was a great joy for us both. Yeah.
We're in 2.
Right, let's take a... Oh, yeah. Hi there, hello. You all right? Yeah, I'm fine. I feel better because of last night. It was good. I enjoyed it. I am mostly enjoying it anyway. Yes, exactly. Tell a couple of gags, it tends to make everybody think differently of you. So, afternoon. Hello all. Hi everybody. Thank you for having us. Where do you want us? I'll sit where I'm meant to sit. Oh, hello everybody. Thank you very much for giving up your time.
Hello everyone.
There we are. Nice to see you, Hello. Hello. Hiya, good to see you too. Thank you for coming. All right, nice to see you. Right. I think we are.
So thank you so much for coming, and I'm sorry we're running late. Our visitors got stuck in traffic. We all know what that feels like.
I imagine you do.
So please ignore all that noise, because that's just their thing. This is your opportunity, as we've done actually with a couple of the other local MPs, to talk about the issues that you're focusing on in the briefing, your opportunity to raise questions and get some answers.
Yeah.
So you might just want to say quickly who you are before you speak. We're not going to go around the room. We would be here for a very long time.
We might be a while. Yeah.
So perhaps name nationality might be good.
Who's leading off?
Tom Pascal.
I'm Pascal. I'm one of the pediatric dietitians. I'm French, and I contacted Kelvin to express my concerns about this whole EU situation when my residency application was rejected first time round. And I am somehow down the line, but we've set up this group to try and support some of our colleagues who are experiencing similar difficulties and having concerns as well.
I'd like to hear your story in a minute, but we'll come back to it.
Okay.
So I'm Kate, I'm an occupational therapist and I'm Danish and I've been here 18 years, so kind of home. And I'm kind of, unlike Pascal, I haven't decided to apply yet because I'm hoping, as an optimist, that there'll be an easier solution to the whole situation about being an EU national and applying for permanent residency.
So our staff's our chair, so very nice to you.
I'm Augusto, I'm a pediatrician from Italy. My position is exactly the same as my colleague here. I'm waiting for an easier solution.
Hoping things.
Ellie the Merge, I'm a consultant microbiologist. I worked for NHS, I was at Imperial College, and now Kingston for 13, 14 years. I've got a permanent residence. I got it very easily a few years ago. I'm applying for the British passport. It's fine. They find me some minor problems. That's fine. My main problem is my daughter. My daughter has grown up here. She came when we came. She was very little. She was 1 year old. We went back. We came permanently when she was 6. So she finished the best schools in here. St. Paul's Girls finished last year. She got a university place, but it was my mistake. I didn't do anything for her nationality earlier. So I just applied when she was just over 18 years old. And now we are stuck because she has been refused. She has been rejected twice. They don't give her the permanent residence. They don't recognize her mother and her father working in this country. I'm working for NHS with all my heart. I don't do private. And I'm very frustrated to have the letters. And I went to my MP as the previous colleagues advised. And again, the rejection because I didn't have private insurance for my daughter. And I think this is disgraceful.
Yeah, it is disgraceful.
At least our children should be, I don't know, they should see our children differently. Because they treat her like a European student. She's not a European student.
Yeah.
Full stop. It's here. They can see her age, how many years, her parents. So unbelievable. I couldn't believe.
Yeah.
So it's very frustrating. At least for the children, they should do something.
Absolutely. Inhuman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So everyone gets their
I'm Saskia. I'm Dutch. I'm a specialist in skin cancer and dermatology. And I have been working in the NHS for the last 30 years. And, you know, faced with Brexit was very disappointing. And I would love to hear what the Liberal Democrats will do to mitigate the effects of Brexit on the NHS when they get into government. I feel like my colleagues here quite strongly that currently the process for residency is very bureaucratic, 86-page document. And I think it's putting a lot of us off, and I'm hoping with others that there will be an easier solution for us.
Thank you.
I'm Alberto. I'm a lead clinical nurse specialist in dermatology and plastic surgery. I lived here for 10 years. I got my permanent residence status a couple of months ago. I'm extremely proud to work for the NHS, and I had the opportunity to progress in my career over here. And we're doing great things. I work with Saskia. We treat patients with skin cancer. We contribute in terms of reducing the waiting list for patients. So I really love my job over here. My job wouldn't exist in Italy. So I hope I'll be able to stay here and continue contributing.
Thank you.
I'm Roshni Moles. I'm a naturalised British citizen since about 2 years. My husband is German and I have 2 German children. I'm faced with similar problems.
So my concern, as well as with some of my colleagues, is the opposite, which is I haven't been here long enough to apply for residency, so I'm one of the least deferred people. So that is the concern at the moment. Is there anything we can do to try to have a bit more assurance?
My name is Ulrika. I'm an acupuncturist and work at the pain clinic here. I've been here solidly for the past 18 years. I studied here, and as an acupuncturist, I wouldn't be able to go back to Germany and work there as an acupuncturist because the qualifications are too different. So it's a concern for me because I haven't applied for residency because I stuck my head in the sand. And even for the study, it was very lengthy, and I don't want to see my passport away. So I'm very sick father at home, and I need some help. That's my main concern.
My name is Isabella. I'm one of the Polish nurses working here in England. I've been here 4 years. I think I'm not long enough to apply even for residency. My husband is Albanian, so I was like sponsor for him to sort out the documents. I remember what he was going to do. The same thing. And I just want to find out what's going to happen with us. Because I understood that the Brexit is ongoing and it will go to the end. And I was always thinking that I'm going to stay here, build up my career as a nurse, because there are much, much more opportunities than actually in Poland. So,
Hello.
Hiya.
My name is Agatha, and I'm living in this country 14 years now. I'm working in this hospital 5 years, and I'm worried about the situation. Of course, I didn't apply for residency yet. It's just really difficult for me to understand. I think I have to go to my friends, and it's very difficult to find time. 80 pages. It's really, really difficult. So I'm just worried, and I don't know what will happen next. I finished here university as well. All my life actually here.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Fatima. I'm a Belgian national, and I'm a theatre nurse. And I was really lucky to come into England 5 years ago and study nursing thanks to the European fees. So I was quite lucky, and then I found a job straight away. So I have been here about 5 years, but we have to take into account I've been 3 years as a student. So I don't know if that would help towards my application. And obviously I was working very hard on the board as a student, but unfortunately I wasn't paying private health insurance as it's required. So as I said, Brexit is really sad for us. Obviously we were very lucky to study here as European students and work in the NHS. It's a lovely job, but I really don't know where to take it from here.
I'm Jacqueline. You're just here to be supported to colleagues.
I'm Rosemary. I'm English, and I'm a volunteer with Chaplaincy.
I'm the lead chaplain. My name is Susan, and I'm helping to support the Brexit group. But I also have a motive in that whilst I'm British, my husband is Dutch, and we've moved around the world whilst my children were being born and growing up. And so we have a part Australian in the family. We are our youngest son was born in Holland, so we have a right combination of who's got what passports and where do we fit. And I think I represent quite a lot of people for whom the other party, who's not working in the NHS, is an EU citizen, and it has serious impact as to what happens next. We had 5 months of unemployment for my husband because he was made redundant, so he hasn't even dared go near the residency, even though he's only 14 years. And he also spent a lot of his time, we met and married in Australia. He lived out there for 20 years. But in order to keep his European passport, he couldn't take the Australian passport. So actually, you make choices and then suddenly you find you've been cornered. And I think there are a lot of people in the trust and across the NHS who are facing that. So you've got worries that people who are in the work who might have to move because their partner, question mark, what's going to happen next.
Quite.
That's why I'm representing that group.
Thank you, Susan.
I'm Linda. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Workforce. I'm newly appointed in the organisation, and I'm here to support Corbyn, support the Brexit group, and the interest of the being able to support today.
Hi, I'm Shneka Walker, I'm originally from Italy. I've been around for around 10 years, and my wife is British since birth, and around 3 years ago we started to move back to Italy, and then back again around a year ago. So as a result of interest in citizenship law and the combination of what happened, I end up now one British, one is British, one is British.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Lisha, and I work in maternity. I'm a well-being practitioner. I've been working in the NHS for 20 years now. My life is here. I have not applied for citizenship or residency because I've never felt the need for it. And I'm going back to, I'm kind of old school, I'm going back to the principle underpinning the European Union, economic and also cultural, whereby you are actually almost, not asked, but kind of invited to move around Europe, to be mobile and flexible, to go where the work was or where study was. So I kind of moved around. My partner is English. I worked for the European, the Liberal Group at the European Parliament for a few years, many years ago. So I've been around, yeah, I'm kind of waiting like other people here to actually have an easy and straightforward document or procedure to just do what is necessary, even though I still think that I don't buy the principle of having to do it, because it was never intended.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Alfred. I'm one of the chaplains here, just to support staff.
Well, a quick response. I mean, first of all, thank you for all of your stories, which builds a picture, which I think is, replicated elsewhere in the country, of your service here, for which we're enormously grateful, by the way, and as I said earlier on, the inhuman way I think you're being treated. The fundamental thing that can be done right now is to grant every single one of you your loved ones' right to remain. It's a relatively straightforward thing to do. In Parliament, Nick and I, we proposed, and Sarah, we proposed and voted for that. We were opposed in that. We had a question about what the prospects are going forward. Our view is simply the deal that all of us who remain here will have to live with for generations or more is unwritten. And it includes how we include folks from elsewhere in the European Union. It includes our membership of the free trade area. It includes all sorts of things, our security arrangements. All that's unclear. We take the view that however people voted in the referendum, that's an unknown, and we shouldn't be just forced to live with it. If you trust the people with departure, obviously I disagreed with the departure, but nevertheless, if you trust them with the vote last June, you must also trust them with destination. And the destination will be what kind of country, what kind of relationship going forward with Europe do we have. From our point of view, I do not think it is possible that we will put together or come to any kind of deal with the rest of Europe at all that is as good as the one we've currently got. And so should there be, if we get our way, and by the way, I'm confident in the months to follow, our position will become more and more popular as it becomes obvious where it is we're heading. I can't imagine there's a better deal than one we've got now, in which case we should give the people the opportunity to either vote to endorse the deal, in which case, OK, we leave on those terms, those known terms, or we reject the deal and we remain. And I'm of the view that, what we have achieved in this continent over the last 70 years, let's say, 40 years with Britain being members of it, is too precious to throw away. And I think that there are people around this room now, if I'm allowed to use kind of old-fashioned language, who were born and grew up and were from countries that were the other side of the Iron Curtain. There are 6 countries in the EU now have nuclear weapons on their soil pointed at us 25 years ago. And today we sit together. Today we help each other out. Today, sometimes we argue the toss about fishing quotas. And these things are important, but by golly, it's far better than what we had beforehand. So I am in no mood to give up on a dream that, many people would say Winston Churchill was the author of, that vision of a Europe that was not at war with one another, but worked together. And so you are people who bought that dream, and I'm very grateful that you did, and we're in no mood to give up on you.
Can I add something to our response? I was the MP here in Kingston and Surbiton for 18 years. I'm trying to stand again. First of all, my heart goes out to you. Those stories were, could bring you to tears. It's just outrageous that you're being treated like this. And I just apologise that this has happened. And we will work our hardest to try to sort it out for you and your families. And by the way, selfishly, for the people of Kingston and all the people who use this, because we want you here. We need you here. And it is undermining our NHS in the most profound way that you should be in any doubt at all. And it's outrageous that this has happened to you and your families, and we need to find a way as quickly as possible to put it right. Secondly, if I'm elected, working with my colleagues, we will be a constructive voice in Parliament to try to persuade the government that in the Brexit negotiations, your interests, the interests of our NHS, should be right front and centre. And they should be sorted out as quickly as possible, so you're not left in this outrageous vacuum. So that will be my mission, the mission, I think, with my colleagues. I think the final thing to say is, in the coalition government, I was a minister and I negotiated the European Union on the single market, on trade policy. I sat around the table with 27 other ministers. And my experience of the European Union is that it is a force for good. All the things we've heard. And, you know, I used to work with all colleagues from all the countries here and others. And I often used to say, you stole my briefing notes. You said exactly what I was going to say. Because actually we're all very, very similar in our outlook. We're part of a European family. And to try to split us up and to sow intolerance, to sow division is just wrong. Now, we have to respect the referendum result, but I don't think in a democracy that is necessarily the final place. I think in democracy you can have the discussion, you can keep the argument, you can show people again. And you know, before the referendum result, it was people like Mr. Farage and David Davis who were saying, yes, there could be a second referendum. Now, they don't want to say that, do they? They don't want to say that. I think the case for a second referendum, it gets stronger day by day, and frankly, just listening to your stories mean that I think it's the only solution. Let's go through the Brexit negotiations. It'll take 4 or 5 years. We'll try to contribute to mitigate the problems, but then at the end of the day, let's see if we can end this mess that we've got our country into. And frankly, the mess we've got European Union into.
Getting the wind-up signal from you all. So I think thank you very much to the staff for coming away from their duties.
Yeah. Very helpful. I hope we managed to put your case
them all out.
well. Thank you.
Hi.
No, you're more than welcome.
Nick,
Thank you.
It's Sarah for Steal Your Way. Is that all right?
Us too.
Thank you.
Right. Great.
Yeah,
Thanks
we're
a lot.
going to the...
No, I really appreciate it. Lovely to meet you. Thank you for
the next thing.
Thank you for that. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Yeah, all the best. Cheers.
Good luck.
Thanks. Thanks, Pascal. So I heard your story beforehand. Yeah, a little, a thumbnail.
Well, if you hear anything interesting in Parliament about
The only I would suggest, where you encounter more and more bureaucratic administrative hurdles, it's quite important that we hear about that.
Yeah.
Because the EU's own negotiating guidelines have, hopefully, in my view, been very, very clear. My mum's Dutch, has lived here for over half a century. My wife's Spanish. I speak to a lot of people about this. The EU, I think, Barnier has been very clear that you shouldn't have to face additional, unnecessary, disproportionate administrative burdens, which you already are. And it's very important that you give us the specific details of unnecessary bureaucracy.
Yeah, it helps us.
Well, there's the what's the 3 million group? It is called 3 million. Yeah. You're plugged into them, are you?
not particularly Alberto is.
Well, it'd be worth Alberto, the 3 million group. Yeah, it's worth keep feeding to them information about the red tape that you're facing. That'd be very helpful.
Yeah, makes it away.
So, no, I'm very happy to give you more details if you want some.
No, it helps to make the case. It stops being abstract and becomes real and human. It helps us.
Simple question. How do you evidence every time you've been out of this country since you've been resident here?
Given that we have a single passport.
You've been living here for 14, 20 years.
Yeah.
Just that.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite.
What I always say to people when
this is a completely thing. We never knew we would.
It was not the intention. It was not the intention of the directive.
And it's used as a filter to
Yeah.
turn down about a third of the applications right now. And that's the problem. About a third of the applications get turned down. So if you had surgery, would you go, oh, I want to have surgery if I've got a third chances of dying?
Yeah.
You would think about it twice.
You would. Thank you for being encouraged on. Nice to see you. Thanks very much. No, thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you. That's right.
Bye-bye. Good luck.
Thanks. Thanks.
Well, my youngest son was born here.
Great. We're all going this way now.
I'm not quite sure I need it.
I'll get you the mic.
Oh, we go. That's the procedure. Butties.
So we're all with
Yeah,
Meg. So
both
if
of them.
everyone wants to, it's,
That's the sky one, is it?
Sorry, that one,
That's which one?
That's the sky one.
That's sky. Got you.
Cheers. See you in a bit.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much for that rousing reception. I'm Keir Starmer, Shadow Secretary of State for exiting the EU, and I'm delighted to be introducing Jeremy this afternoon. I'm also equally delighted to be here with Emily Thornberry, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Barry Gardner, the Shadow International Trade Secretary, and Baroness Smith of Basildon, Angela Smith, our brilliant leader in the Lords. Together, we're a strong and resilient shadow Brexit team looking to shed the shadow bit by next week. And can we have a round of applause, please, for our excellent local candidates, Byron Taylor and Katie Block. 7 days to go. 7 days before we make a fundamental choice in Pitsea and Basildon and across Britain. And it is a fundamental choice between 7 years of failure from the Tories with no vision for the future and a Labour Party, a Labour programme to transform our country. That is the choice before us. And we have to make that choice. Now, this was billed as a Brexit election, and it hasn't actually been a Brexit election. It hasn't come up on the doorsteps in the way that we expected. But on one level, it has been a Brexit election because the campaigns and the way they've been run tell us everything we need to know about the Brexit negotiations and the likely outcomes if we vote Labour or we vote Tory. On the one hand, we've got Theresa May, who says she's got a Brexit plan, but just like her manifesto, one tug on the thread and all comes unravelled. You can't start a campaign tattooing strong and stable on your forehead, then U-turn on your manifesto 4 days later, unprecedented. You can't parade as strong and stable and buckle at the first sign of pressure. You can't say you've got a strong team. You can't say you've got a strong team around you when you're isolated here and isolated abroad. And you can't describe yourself as strong and stable and then duck debate and scrutiny, something Jeremy hasn't done. He's been out there. Theresa May wanted the label strong and stable, and she's inherited weak and wobbly. And that is undermining our chances of getting the right deal in Brexit negotiations. Now, I am convinced that it's possible to negotiate a good Brexit deal. I am confident that Labour would negotiate that good deal, but we need to reset the approach. We need a Labour approach with Labour values, led by Jeremy, supported by a strong Labour Brexit team with a clear sense of purpose, making sure that jobs and the economy always come first, that rights and environmental standards are protected, that people aren't used as bargaining chips, that there's no drop in our national security, and that we build a new strong relationship with our EU partners, not as members, but as partners. That future is possible. We're ready for that challenge. We're ready and we are waiting. All we need now is a Labour government on the 9th of June. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the man who's led such a strong campaign for that Labour government, the leader of the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, can we say thank you to all the staff here at Pitsea Leisure Centre for helping us out today and letting us have our event here. And I want to say big thank you and best good wishes for a fantastic result to Byron and Katie for the campaigns they are waging locally. We need Labour MPs of their determination and their calibre to represent this area in Parliament. We need Labour MPs that understand the lives of people and understand the difficulties that so many are going through. Byron and Katie are those to do it. Well done on your campaigns. And I'll be watching closely for the results. And can we also say a really big special thank you to Angela Smith for all the work she did when she was the MP for this area and the work that she's done ever since then as our leader in the House of Lords, a member of our shadow cabinet, part of the team in the House of Lords, challenging the government day in, day out, and delivering victories over the government on a number of issues, including working tax credits. Angela is a credit to the Labour Party, the way she stood up for our Labour values in the House of Lords. Angela. And thank you to all of you for coming here today and being here today. And thank you, Keir, for what you just said. And to our excellent Brexit team here today. Look at the intelligence and the competence that is there amongst those three. It does seem a long time ago now, but this election was called by the Prime Minister 3 years early, supposedly in order to make Britain's exit from the European Union easier for her to manage. She may be regretting that decision, but who knows? A lot has happened since then. The terrible atrocity in Manchester, above all, which has driven home the need to be more effective in the action we take to protect our people, both at home and abroad. So we should think carefully on the horrors of Manchester and the sadness that those families are going to live with for the rest of their lives. We will not allow anyone to destroy our right to enjoy ourselves, for women to go out and enjoy themselves. That is part of the fabric of our society. We're not going to be divided by this. We're going to be united by this, and united with the kind of Britain we, all of us, want to live in. And then we have the extraordinary meltdown of the Conservative Party's own manifesto within days of it being launched. Having declared war on Britain's pensioners, it is now all but impossible to find anyone who can tell you what the Conservative Party policy actually is on the crucial issue of social care, or how many million people stand to lose their winter fuel payments. The older generation is being reminded of a central truth in British politics. You can't trust the Tories. You can't trust the Tories with your pension, with your tax credits, with your personal independence payments, with your national insurance contributions. One U-turn and broken promise after another by this Conservative leadership has made that absolutely clear. At the same time, we've launched Labour's own manifesto, setting out our positive, fully costed policies on the funding of the National Health Service, scrapping university tuition fees, recruiting 10,000 more police officers, raising the living wage to £10, protecting our pensioners' incomes, building more than 1 million new homes, and much more. We're asking the people of this country for their support, above all on the basis of that programme of social justice. But it's also right that we return to the issue of Brexit. Negotiations with the European Union leaders will start in just 18 days, and the British people have a choice over what priorities, what principles the British government will take into those talks, and which team they trust to lead the difficult negotiations ahead. I am very proud to be joined here today by Labour's team of Brexit negotiators. Keir Starmer, Emily Thornberry, and Barry Gardner. Keir, Emily and Barry, enormous knowledge, collectively a huge amount of experience. Who better to negotiate for us than calm, sensible, intelligent, rational individuals than these three here? They're going to do it. They have the experience to get the best. We know the three Tories in whose hands Theresa May has placed our future. David Davis, Boris Johnson and Liam Fox. No. I don't do personal attacks. So let me just say that in Labour's Brexit team, there is no one who has fibbed to the British people about spending an extra £350 million a week on the NHS because of Brexit. And nobody who has promised to use Brexit to slash workers' rights or slash tax for corporations in a continental race to the bottom, or peddled illusions about the difficulties ahead. We in Labour understand that getting the right deal, one that secures our country's interests for the long term, will be challenging. A matter of serious planning and negotiation, not hectoring and threats. Labour is ready to deliver a deal that gives British business and British society the chance to thrive in a post-Brexit world. A deal that will allow us to upgrade our economy through public investment in infrastructure and high-skilled jobs. A deal that will make Britain a centre for science, technology and research, attracting the brightest and the best from around the country and the world through strategic investment. A deal that allows us to transform Britain into a country with the strongest rights and protection and ends exploitation and undercutting in the labour market. A deal that allows us to become a country that values and protects its public services and invests in all of its communities. And a deal that will allow Britain to be a safe and outward-looking country, strengthening friendships and working with allies to create a better future for our country, continent and our planet. The Conservatives want a mandate for their Brexit plan, a plan that puts jobs and living standards at risk and threatens to turn our country into a low-wage, offshore tax haven. Changing our economic model, as Theresa May so delicately puts it, leading a race to the bottom in public services and working conditions. From the party that closed down huge chunks of British industry under Margaret Thatcher, and now pays for tax handouts for the richest with cuts in our vital public services. They haven't changed their spots. So far, the rhetoric and threats from the Tory government has fostered a toxic climate. Labour will start negotiations by setting a new tone. We will confirm to the other member states that Britain is leaving the European Union. That issue is not in doubt. But instead of posturing and pumped-up animosity, a Labour government, under my leadership, will set out a plan for Brexit based on the mutual interests of both Britain and the European Union. We will start by giving a clear commitment to every EU national who lives here and works here to contribute to a huge amount and contributes a huge amount to our society. They will be guaranteed their existing rights and remain in this country. And it's clear through our discussions with European leaders that it would be the best way to secure reciprocal rights for British nationals living in other parts of the European Union. And I have written to colleagues in every single one of the member states asking them to ensure that British nationals living in their countries can remain there with exactly the same rights they enjoy at the present time, so that family life and family union isn't broken up by this decision. I think that's the sensible, decent, human way we should approach this issue. It is shameful the Conservatives haven't acted on this already, that 3 million members of our communities have been left in limbo. The Conservatives' refusal to make the simple commitment that decency demands is a stain on this government's reputation. And Labour will be clear from the start. Britain's economy, business and workforce need tariff-free access to European markets to protect jobs and living standards and secure that access will be a priority for us. Britain certainly can thrive and prosper outside the EU. Our businesses are creative, industrious and inventive. But they need access to European markets. They need to be part of the unimpeded supply chains. And they need the chance to grow beyond our borders in order to protect and create jobs, wealth and opportunity. And the EU's member states have a mutual interest in maintaining and developing that trade with this country. So Britain needs a Labour government. Instead of putting our economy first, the Conservatives' reckless approach has left us isolated and marginalised, increasing the chances of Britain crashing out of the EU without a deal, which would be the worst possible outcome for this country. Britain is leaving the EU, but let's be clear, there's no such thing as no deal. If we leave without a positive agreement because we have needlessly alienated everyone, we still have to trade with the EU, but we'll have to have terms for that trade, and very bad ones at that. Theresa May says no deal is better than a bad deal. Let's be clear, no deal is in fact a bad deal. It is the worst of all deals. Because it would leave us with World Trade Organization tariffs and restrictions instead of the access to the European markets that we need. That would mean slapping tariffs on the goods we export, an extra 10% on cars, with the risk that key manufacturers would leave for the European mainland, taking the skilled jobs with them. In sector after sector, no deal would prove to be an economic disaster. Theresa May's approach risks a jobs meltdown across Britain. Instead, Labour will negotiate a tariff-free deal with the EU, which will benefit both sides. And we will transform our economy for a post-Brexit Britain through a new industrial strategy. That will use powers returned from Brussels, and we will rewrite the rules of our economy so it serves the interests of the many rather than the few. Our economy has become dangerously unbalanced, skewed towards London and the financial sector, while our once proud industrial communities have had to live through decades of barely managed decline. Productivity and investment lag well behind our nearest competitors, our balance of payments is in deficit, and the insecure, low-paid work is spreading. Leaving the EU will make addressing these issues, weaknesses, even more urgent. That's why a Labour government is vital, to take a more active role in our economy, working with employers and trade unions to fuel growth and deliver prosperity to every corner of this country, powered by our National Investment Bank and National Transformation Fund. Labour's industrial strategy will deliver the investment our economy so desperately needs. And our Shadow Business Secretary, Rebecca Long-Bailey, will be setting out more details of how our investment and transformation plan for Britain will be introduced tomorrow morning in York. Soon, we will no longer be members of the EU, but agreeing a deal that delivers the benefits of the European Single Market and Customs Union will be a priority for a Labour government. Leaving the EU will mean an end to the free movement of workers between Britain and Europe, so Labour's new rules for managed immigration from Europe will be fair and based on what's best for the economy and of all of our communities. We'll start with a package of strong labour market regulation measures which will stop the endless undercutting of terms and conditions by unscrupulous employers, often through agency recruitment, which has fuelled the most recent movements of low-paid workers to this country. We will crack down on unscrupulous employers, stop overseas-only recruitment of workers, strengthen safety and protections at work, and give all workers equal rights from day one in the job. and increased prosecutions of employers evading the minimum wage. And for areas where immigration has placed a strain on public services, we will reinstate the Migrant Impact Fund, scrapped by the Tories and the Lib Dems after the 2010 election. Labour's team will also guarantee and expand the rights and protections that British workers have secured through EU legislation. We will bring forward specific rights and protections bill that will lock those protections into UK law. The Conservatives simply cannot be trusted on rights at work. They've led an all-out assault on workers' rights through their Trade Union Act. Boris Johnson has demanded that the government should scrap the EU social chapter. And the Conservatives also failed to back Labour's efforts in Parliament to protect workers' rights, which are derived from the European Union. Labour will not only protect our existing rights, we will extend them. And our strategy is to keep Britain safe. Unlike the Tories, we will not threaten to withdraw from security cooperation of our European allies to get our way. We share similar values, and the solidarity shown by people across Europe after the recent horrific attacks in Manchester, or indeed far right or any other attacks that have happened anywhere across Europe, underlines that point of common decency and solidarity. We need to work together to make Britain safer and Europe safer altogether. So, Labour will use Brexit negotiations to confirm our commitment to cross-border agencies such as Europol and Eurojust, and we will seek to continue to use the European arrest warrant. We will also hire 10,000 more police officers to make our communities safer, and an additional 1,000 people to help with our security services dealing with the threat of terrorism such as we saw in Manchester. Labour is clear that the safety of our citizens should never be used as a bargaining chip. The choice in this election is not Brexit or no Brexit. That has been settled. The choice is between a jobs-first Labour Brexit and a reckless Tory Brexit based on a race to the bottom in working conditions and corporate taxes. The choice is who you trust to fight for your future. A weak and wobbly Tory party, which can't even stick to its own manifesto commitments for a week, which always puts the wealthy and big business first. Or a Labour team with clear principles, proven confidence, which will put jobs, living standards and our common interest first. Yes. We have a plan to transform Britain into a high-skill, high-wage economy and build new trading relationships across the world. Build a fairer country that the millions who voted both Remain and Leave last year want to see. By standing for the many, not the few, Labour is the only party which can overcome the divisions of last year's referendum and deliver a Brexit that brings our country together. On June the 19th, Labour will be ready to negotiate a Brexit for the many, not the few. That's my promise to all of us here today and all of our country. I'd also say this. We have 1 week until the general election. Look around you in this hall today. We're young, we're old, we're black, we're white, we're gay, we're straight, we're disabled, we're not disabled. We are a microcosm of the whole country. And what brings us together? A determination that we will have a government that will not walk by on the other side while so many are underpaid, so many children brought up in poverty, schools told to collect at the school gate to pay for the teachers, NHS workers stressed beyond belief while trying to cope with unnecessary shortages created by a government that doesn't fund it properly, and young people whose ambitions are damaged because they couldn't get a nursery place, their primary school couldn't help them as much as it should have done, and secondary schools, again, underfunded in trying to decide which teacher to sack, which subject to close down, and students ambitious for themselves and our community, wanting to go to university, frightened by the level of debt they will get into by going to university. It's time for a change in this country. It's time for a change. And I urge all of you here today, if you've got any time over the next week, and I'm sure you have, it's lovely weather, go in the cafes, go in the bars, go on the buses, go anywhere you like, just talk to people about what they think would be better in our society. Are they happy with this degree of inequality? Are they happy with this degree of underfunding of our public services and the way so many of our young people, instead of being optimistic about the future, are so nervous about the future because they feel they can't achieve everything they want to? It's not young versus old. It's all of us doing things together, a society that helps each other. Please think about it, go for it, and vote Labour next Thursday. Thank you. All the best to you. All right.
Isn't that great? It doesn't have to be that way. It does not have to be this way. There is an alternative. We've got a little bit of time, less time than I thought we were going to have, but to take some questions. It is hot in here. Can I congratulate particularly the youngsters in the room for being so good in this really hot room? Brexit is about all of us, but I tell you, it's so much about the younger generation too, isn't it? I think there's somebody here from the BBC, but I couldn't see her. Is Vicky? Vicky, okay. Vicky, I think you've got a question. Do you want to take that, or should we start with Keir? Yeah, Keir. Do you want to start with that?
Shall I come up?
Yeah.
What we've consistently said about immigration is that freedom of movement comes to an end when we leave the EU. And therefore we have the chance that we've not had for many, many years to have new rules on immigration. And the new rules should be fair and they should be effective. We are not going to set a number in the way the Tories have, because that is the wrong approach. We have said that the drivers of immigration, such as the skill shortage or exploitation, have to be dealt with, and that will lower the numbers because they're drivers of immigration. So the direction of travel is clear, but we're not setting an arbitrary limit. Thank you.
Who else have we got? We've got Francis here from the Times. Oh, there you are. How am I supposed to see you when you're over there? Have you got a question as well?
Hi, Jeremy. While we've been in here, the new polls come out saying that you're heading, that there's a further narrowing of the polls. You're now heading towards... But you're only really on the edges of a hung parliament. Don't you owe it to people to be straight about the principles that you will use entering negotiations? How far are you prepared to go to keep Theresa May out of number 10? Would it extend to, for instance, asking Sinn Féin members to take their seats to in a coalition government?
All right, everybody, no, come on. We all agreed that we should have a free press. They're allowed to ask questions no matter how stupid. And shouldn't be booed. Sorry, Francis.
That's all right. Which bits of the manifesto are non-negotiable?
Well, it's a wonderful question, and thank you very, very much indeed. Unfortunately, I'm not sure my answer is going to be terribly helpful to you, because first of all, I never comment on opinion polls, whatever they're saying. The only poll I'm interested in is the one next Thursday. And in this election, something very interesting happened. The cynics started this election by saying nothing can change, nothing can alter, nothing can happen. And do you know what's happened? Thousands and thousands and thousands of people have come into our campaign offices, met up with our candidates, and got out there door knocking, donating small sums of money to the Labour Party. The average donation is £22. I suspect the average donation to the Conservatives is slightly more. Add a number of noughts to that figure. And there's a movement going on. 2 million more people, more than 2 million, have registered to vote. It hadn't voted before. Many of those are young people. There's a mood out there about wanting something different. There's a mood out there that wants something very different, and it's not age-generated. It's everybody wants something different. They want a decent, fairer society. They're fed up with a rigged economy and a rigged system that leaves so many in such difficulties. And so we're fighting every constituency to win this election, to form a Labour government. We're not doing deals. We're not doing coalitions. We're not doing any agreements. We are fighting to win this election on a manifesto that I'm very proud of, because it will fundamentally transform our society. And that is what we're looking forward to doing on June the 9th.
The truth is, Francis, we're fighting to win, and we're fighting to win with a majority, and that's what we're fighting to do. If we end up in a position where we're in a minority, we will go ahead and we will put forward a Queen's speech and a budget, and if people want to vote for it, then good, and if they don't want to vote for it, they're going to have to go back and speak to their constituents and explain to them why it is that we have a Tory government instead. Right? But we will be, if we are the largest party, we go ahead, no deals, with our manifesto, with our budget, and with our Queen's speech. And that's the conversations we've had, isn't it? It's just like, that's it. You know, that's it, no deals. We're very short of time, but can I take Rachel and Faisal? Yes, Rachel and then Faisal, and then perhaps we can just take...
Thank you. Hello, Jeremy. Hi, Rachel. Just to be absolutely clear, given what we've just heard from Emily, if you're not the largest party, you have spoken a lot during this campaign about a less high and mighty, more listening style of politics. So, just to be clear, are you ruling out a coalition? And secondly, on Brexit, you've mentioned the more calm and rational approach your team would take. There's been a suggestion from Brussels, if there is a new team in place, they would be prepared to delay the start of negotiations. Is that a delay you'd welcome?
Listen, let's be clear. We're fighting every election, every constituency in this election. That is the Labour Party's message. We've got a manifesto, we've got a programme, and we've got determined candidates fighting the whole country. We are fighting this election to win. And that is my message to everybody in this country. If you want a Labour government, vote Labour. That's the best way of getting it. And Emily and I are of the same mind on this, that we are determined to win the election. On the negotiations, we're ready. We're ready to get on with it as quickly as possible. If there's a suggestion that they would offer more time to get prepared, it's a very nice suggestion. It shows that they are looking to cooperate with us. It's rather better than the current government's process of megaphone diplomacy and threatening. And so we are ready to get on with those negotiations straight away. And you've got Barry, you've got Keir, you've got Emily, you've got very experienced people who will lead our negotiations. And we want to get on with it quickly because we want a number of these issues to be settled as quickly as possible, particularly that of EU nationals and tariff-free access to the European market to protect jobs in this country.
I'm beginning... I'm beginning to get Labour Party people waving at me, so what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and take 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll just... So, Faisal, do you want to ask us?
You've criticised, Jeremy, you've criticised the Prime Minister's approach to negotiation. If you are Prime Minister a week tomorrow, give us an idea, what would you say when you pick up the phone and talk to Angela Merkel? In fact, imagine I am Chancellor Merkel. What would you say that's actually different, and why would that be more effective in getting a Brexit deal?
All right, no, let me just take a more. Is there somebody here from the Mirror, the Labour supporting Mirror?
Hi, Mr. Corbyn. This seat, Labour came third here behind UKIP in 2015. How can you persuade those 12,000 voters to back you instead of Theresa May when she's offering a harder Brexit than you are and she's offering to bring immigration down? Thanks.
And I think, Nick, you've been waving and waving on this.
Mr. Corbyn, a lot of your critics in the Labour Party said that this campaign would be a rerun of the one unsuccessful one run by your close friend, the late Michael Foot, in 1983. The polls would suggest that they're wrong. So I was wondering if after this election you're planning a group hug with those Labour critics to find a route back for them, or whether you think the sniping will continue.
Okay, that's a really helpful question. Thank you so much. Can I thank you for that question? You know what? I do a lot of group hugs with lots of people. I love a group hug myself. Because, listen, in our family, the Labour Party family, people say stuff. Do you know what? Sometimes it's best to forget it. And go forward on the principles of our manifesto about rebalancing our society so that people and communities are not left behind. We don't ignore the homeless. We don't ignore those using food banks. We don't ignore those that are going through a really tough time. And we recognise the stresses in life that so many people have. A government that actually seriously wants to improve our sense of community and fund it properly by taxing 5% of the population and the big businesses a little bit more. 95% will pay no more at all. On your question about this constituency and those that have voted for other parties in the past, I simply say this. If you go into an election looking for somebody to blame and always blaming somebody else and not looking at solutions to problems, it doesn't take anybody very far at all. Our offer is of investment in our public services. Our offer is of investment in housing for all in this country. Our offer is improving our infrastructure. Our offer is of a high-wage, high-skilled, investment-led economy with social justice at its core and unlocking the creative potential in all of us. That's why I'm very proud of one line in the manifesto on education, which says we will, in addition to all the things like free school meals in primary schools, we'll have a pupil arts premium so that every child in every school can learn music. That's our offer to the children of this country. And so, I say to those that have not had a chance to look at what we're offering in this election, look very carefully at what we're putting forward. A seriously thought out, comprehensive, fully costed manifesto that will actually improve the lives of a lot of people in this country. I think it's an exciting offer. I think it's one that's getting the most amazing traction, as much from older people as younger people. And you know what? I'm looking forward to next Thursday.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. I'm afraid we've desperately overrun, but thank you all so much for coming today. Thank you so much. Oh, Faisal, did I? Oh, right. No, I did not.
Take one question.
Oh, okay. There's what. Sorry.
I'm pleading with Emily to give a question to the audience as well. Will you do that, Ita?
Yeah, no, go on then.
Thank you.
Go on then, love.
Mr. J.
Could you just ask a question?
protest of the Tories pledged to repeal the fox hunting ban. Do you and your party pledge to remove all blood sports from political debate and place them under animal welfare, like over 80% of the population supports?
Thank you very much for that. I grew up in rural Shropshire, and the first speech I ever made in my school was of the need to ban fox hunting, hare coursing, badger baiting, and even in those days, otter hunting. It was a strongly rural area, and I lost the debate. But I was in Parliament with Angela and others when we finally got the law changed and got the hunting ban through. I was there when we got the badger baiting ban through as well. And I first met Angela when she worked for the League Against Cruel Sports. You can be very clear that any government I'm head of would not tolerate this kind of barbarity which is called sport in this country. Thank you.
just want to welcome our Prime Minister. We're so honoured that she's joining us. Ultima has been established now 35 years, and the last 5 years has just been tremendous. And hopefully the next 5 years is going to be even more. But yeah, what can we say? We have a great workforce that's very loyal, dedicated, and I'm so proud of them all. So, yeah, okay. Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's great to have been hearing a little bit about the history of the company and the great business that you are and that you've built here. And it's great for me to be back in West Yorkshire and to be able to talk to you today about the opportunities that lie ahead for us and the important choice at this election. 12 months ago, the British people voted for a brighter future for our country. And I believe we can build a Britain that is stronger, fairer and more prosperous than it is today. Because the promise of Brexit is great and the opportunities open to us enormous. So if we get the Brexit deal right and if we work together, I believe we can build that Britain that is, as I say, stronger, fairer and even more prosperous than it is today. But also a Britain that is more global, more outward-looking, a Britain which is alive with possibilities, which is more confident in itself, more united, more secure, and a country which our children and grandchildren are proud to call home. And a vote for the Conservative candidates at the election, a vote for me and my team, is a vote to build that stronger Britain and to strengthen our hand in the negotiations for Brexit to get the best deal for Britain. And a vote for anybody else would risk putting Jeremy Corbyn in number 10 Downing Street, propped up by the Liberal Democrats and the Scottish Nationalists. And although this has been several weeks of campaigning, actually, if we look at it, I think the issues that we're looking at today are the same as they have been throughout this campaign. Because I think there are some simple questions for people to ask. I mean, first of all, there is a simple choice, and that is about who do you trust to have the strong and stable leadership to actually go out there and negotiate the best deal for Britain and get the best deal for Britain as we leave the European Union. Secondly, I think there's a simple question, which is who has the will, but crucially also the plan, just get on with the job and deliver Brexit. Those Brexit negotiations will start 11 days after election day, so whoever's elected as Prime Minister has got to be ready to hit the ground running and actually get into those negotiations. There will be no delaying, no stalling, no waiting around for a long time. It's actually you've got to be in there and able to start those negotiations. And then there's the third thing I would say is there's just a simple reality, which is that if I lose just 6 seats, then my government loses its majority. And as I say, that would risk putting Jeremy Corbyn into number 10 Downing Street, John McDonnell in the Treasury, Diane Abbott in the Home Office, and the strings being pulled by the Liberal Democrats and Nicola Sturgeon. And votes here in West Yorkshire are vitally important in this election. I'm going out around the country looking and talking to people and earning, I hope, every vote, because every vote counts in strengthening my hand in those Brexit negotiations. So I'm offering myself as your Prime Minister. I'm optimistic about the future. I have an absolute, a resolute determination to go out there and fight for Britain, to get that best deal for Brexit for Britain, because so much else depends on those Brexit negotiations. I'm also optimistic that we can get a good deal that really does work for us all. And I'm confident in our ability as a country to grasp the opportunities that are open to us for the future. And I say that because I believe in Britain and I believe in the British people. But I can only do that with your backing if you give me a mandate. And my final message is a very simple one, which is just this. If you give me your backing, I will deliver for Britain. Thank you. Now, did anybody have any questions they wanted to ask? Yes.
what are you going to do to ensure that the pound doesn't lose against other currencies to give us the strongest standing against anybody else as well?
Well, obviously, and there's been movement in the pound, which, for those who were importing products, movement in the pound since before the Brexit referendum, but then afterwards, which obviously, if you're importing products, has made that more expensive. What I think is absolutely fundamental in relation to the pound is actually getting that overall issue about a strong economy right, and ensuring that there's a number of things government needs to do to get that right. It needs to ensure we're living within our means, and that's about still ensuring that we reduce the deficit, that we get rid of that deficit. But then it is about ensuring that up and down the country we're encouraging business, we're encouraging sectors to be able to invest, create jobs here in the UK, and create that strength in the economy for the future. And we've got, we call our modern industrial strategy, which is about looking at different parts of the country and finding where the expertise is, where the strength is, where the particular sectors are of benefit, expertise are, so that we can actually build on that for the future and for the jobs of the future. And the other thing I would say is that I think, and this isn't about the currency, it's just about the general issue of the economy, is we need to make sure that prosperity and growth spread across the whole of the UK. And that's about a country that's working for everyone and every part of the UK. Yes, there's one at the back. Oh, if I take the one at the back and then I'll come to you.
Prime Minister, we know that polls can be misleading, and especially in the last election and also in the Brexit referendum. But would it be fair to say that, given that today's latest poll shows that your lead has been cut to 3 points and also that your personal favourability rating has also been cut, that next Thursday can't come quick enough for you?
Sorry, can't?
Next Thursday can't come quick enough for you.
There's only, as I say and I have said throughout my political career, the only poll that matters is actually the poll that takes place on election day. And that's the important one. I've been from the start of the campaign around and about the country, actually out there talking to people as I am today, answering questions, speaking about what I think is the important choice that is going to be made at this election. Because if we get Brexit right, it underpins so much else for us. But I think the next 5 years of government is about not just Brexit, but going beyond Brexit to that more confident country that I was talking about. So I'm going to be doing that over the next few weeks, and then we'll see what happens on election day.
Hi. My question is, with going into Brexit, how are we going to ensure our national security in light of recent events with what's happened with the terrorist threat? What plans have we got in order to make sure that we can secure our cities and people in public places? Because it really is becoming a concern. I think people generally are getting quite worried about going to events now. So just, what plans have we got in order to facilitate that?
Well, there's sort of a number of layers to what we can do. I mean, first of all, obviously, we need to ensure that police and security services here in the UK have the resources and the powers that they need to deal with these issues. And we saw that terrible attack in Manchester. At the end of March, we saw the attack in Westminster. In between those two, 5 plots were foiled. So our security services and police are working all the time. When I was Home Secretary, I put through a major piece of legislation which was about ensuring that they had the powers that they need. We've protected our counter-terrorism policing budgets, and we've uplifted the armed police, and we've also put more money into the security services so they can employ more people. They've got more resource for the future. But you mentioned Brexit. It's also about making sure in those negotiations that we continue to be able to cooperate with our European partners on these issues of security and also on issues relating to crime, organised crime particularly. So in that area, we do need, that's going to be part of the negotiations as well as negotiations on the economic issues of trade. Is there another one? Is there anybody with a first question or? No, you can have your...
You say about identifying expertise, but as everybody's seen over the past few years, university fees have gone up. What are you going to do to ensure that people that are wanting access to university to gain access to these better jobs are not then having to fork out a lot of money to ensure that they can get that education that they want?
Well, there's two things I'd say to that. The first is that in relation to university fees, yes, of course, those fees have, tuition fees have come in and have been increased, and we've seen the student loans to go alongside those. That has enabled a significant expansion in our university sector so that more people are going to university now than did in the past as a percentage of the population. But I think it's not just about university. As we look to the future, it's also about ensuring that young people are getting the skills they need to go forward, and that's about technical education. And we've got major plans for having what I believe will be a proper technical education system in this country for the first time. I was speaking about it actually earlier today elsewhere, which is about introducing some new qualifications, the T-skills as they'll be called, introducing institutes of technology around the country, but giving young people that alternative and showing that actually, whether it's academic or technical education that you're going through, it should be what is right for you as you go into that, so that we see a parity between these, which we haven't seen in the past. Yes.
Hello. I have a question because you are saying a lot about going out of the European Union. And as you are visiting warehouses like this one around Southampton, West Yorkshire, I'm not sure if you are aware of it, like half of us are from the other countries. So we are quite afraid, some of us, that if you go out, you may not look after our rights. We may have limited access to NHS services. So what can you say about these issues?
Yes, no, I recognise the concern that people will have. What I want to do is to be able to guarantee the rights of EU citizens who are living here in the UK. But as British Prime Minister, I also want to ensure that UK citizens living in the 27 other countries of the European Union are also going to have their rights guaranteed. So I want a reciprocal arrangement. And I've said to the European Union and the European Commission that I hope that we'll be able to look at this at an early stage in the negotiations, precisely because I think it's important for us to be able to give reassurance to people so that you know about your future. So I want to be able to guarantee those rights, but I want to see UK citizens having their rights guaranteed as well, so that we have a reciprocal arrangement for that.
Could I ask about the NHS?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. You know, there's sort of talk in the media about privatising. Could you give us any assurances that that's not going to be privatised?
No, it's not, and we're very clear that the NHS should remain free at the point of use. This is a hugely important public service for everybody, and also I described it earlier today as one of the things that sort of brings us together as a nation, because it's all of us, yes, rich or poor, all of us benefit from knowing that the NHS is there when we need it. And so what we will do is put extra funding into the NHS.
Thank you.
Yes.
Obviously, during a campaign, each party has their own promises and things that they're aiming to get to the end of it. But obviously, if you were to win, will the other parties unite behind you to make Brexit work for everyone's benefit?
Well, I would hope that we would see a unity of purpose, but the reason I called the election was because I was concerned that the other parties were showing that they wanted to frustrate the Brexit negotiations, and that's why I said I think it's important to have an election and to enable people to have their say and have their voice in this. And I think that we stand at an important moment for the country, because this will be a significant change for the UK, and we want to get it right. We want to make a success of it. And so I think we need that government that can take us forward, a strong and stable government to take us forward, get those Brexit negotiations right, but also go beyond Brexit, as I say, and grasp the opportunities that will open up to us beyond Brexit. It's a real moment of change for the country, and I think we can build that better future and build what I've said should be a country that works for everyone and not just for a privileged few. Thank you. Yeah, if I take one over here and then I'll come back to you for the second one.
For businesses thinking of leaving the UK because of Brexit, what do you feel you can do to offer confidence to them to obviously not go abroad?
Yes, well, I think it's a number of things. First of all, it's about the sort of agreement that we want with the European Union, and we want a comprehensive free trade agreement, as tariff-free as possible, as frictionless a border as possible with the European Union. And, you know, that's not just in our interests, it's in the interests of the other countries in the EU as well. So we will, and that's what we would go for if we were in that Brexit negotiation. So that's the first thing. The second thing is about securing our economy here at home and what we would do as a government. We will continue to reduce corporation tax. We're committed to reducing it to 17%. We've put money in the announcements that we've made since I became Prime Minister in the autumn statement last year, more money into R&D in the UK. We want really to ensure we're generating the jobs of the future, as well as supporting the sectors that we have doing well here in the UK. And our modern industrial strategy is part of that. It's working with business to see what government can do that enables business to grow and expand and create those jobs that we want. I think the gentleman there had another question.
I'm sure you're fed up of talking about it, but just a quick one would be, obviously the debate last night that you didn't take part in, you're taking quite a hard time on social media for not doing it today. Having seen that, do you think you made the right decision?
No, I'm running the sort of campaign that I've always run throughout my political career, which is a campaign where I get out and about and talk to people and listen to people and hear people's questions. That's what I'm doing here today. It's what I've been doing throughout the campaign. And I think that direct interaction with voters is what campaigns should be about, and rather than a number of politicians arguing among themselves in front of the television cameras.
When you were in Bath yesterday, I think someone asked you a question about not doing it, and you gave your reasoning. I think Laura Kuenssberg mentioned that you seemed frightened of appearing on a debate. And that's exactly what you did yesterday. You shook your head.
Exactly what I did yesterday. Because it's not. It's about actually the sort of campaign. I think as somebody who wants to be Prime Minister, who is asking people to give me their support, to trust me in that role as Prime Minister, it's important that I get out and about, that people have an opportunity to meet me, but also that I hear from people what their concerns are. What is it that people are worried about? What do they want to see their government doing in the future? What issues do they want to see us addressing? I think that's an important aspect of wanting to say to people, I'm offering myself to be elected as your Prime Minister. And I think Matthew had a question.
Companies like us, we planning on supporting or helping us to sell our products into other European countries like France, Germany, etc. Is there anything you can do to support and help us and encourage us, shall we say?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things I've said is I want us to be actually leaders in global free trade. And I think it's important in doing that. It's about selling into Europe. It's also about finding new markets around the rest of the world as well. We want to enter into trade agreements with other countries. We're already talking to countries like India and Australia, the United States. The Gulf states are interested in talking to us about trade agreements for the future. So what we want to do is to, as far as Europe's concerned, with the comprehensive free trade agreement, we want to make it as easy as possible to continue that trade with the European market, but also open up new markets around the world. And there's a number of ways in which government can help companies who want to export. Obviously, there's some support through the export credits, those sorts of financial support, but also things like trade missions. When I went to India last November, I deliberately took a number of small businesses with me so they could make the links for trading with India for the future. Thank you. Now, Beth, you're being persistent, so I will take your question as the last question.
It's actually a follow-up question to my questions about immigration. And I'd just like to ask you again, David Cameron, on that migration pledge to get immigration down to the tens of thousands, 2011, he said no ifs, no buts. Now that we are leaving the EU, you have recommitted to that target. can you now commit today to say you can deliver it within the next decade, or is this an aspiration rather than a promise?
Well, as I said to you earlier today, Beth, the reason why we think we want to bring immigration, net migration down to the sustainable levels which we've set at the tens of thousands is because of the impact that immigration has when it's too fast and too high and uncontrolled on people. And it does have an impact on people, particularly at the lower end of the income scale, in depressing wages at the lower end of the income scale. It can displace jobs, and it puts pressure on public services. So we believe it is right to work for those sustainable levels. But what I've always said, and what we make clear in the manifesto, is that you do have to consistently work at this. There's no single thing that you can do that suddenly creates that particular set of numbers. You're constantly having to work at it, to look at all parts of it. And of course, when we leave the EU, we'll be able to set rules for people coming from within the EU. Today we have rules for people from outside the EU, but we will continue to have to look at those as well to ensure that we're controlling migration in the interests of the United Kingdom. That's what it's about. It's about what's doing right for Britain. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.